I was just enjoying my blueberry muffin with melted butter. Yummy. Anyway, good morning to everybody. Can't the phone just stop? Just for a little while. That's all I need. Hour. What I should do is shut down the sound notifications so it doesn't drive me nuts. But I really can't, because you never, like I always say, you never know if it's something really important. So, not really. Anyway, good morning to those on TikTok and all the other platforms. Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble. Even Kick. Though, that's a questionable one. To be honest. Alright, I'm just getting all these pop-outs set up. I got my work done, so I'm ready for tonight. Yes, I am ready. I just thought of something, but I did it. What am I missing? Maybe I'm not missing anything at all. Let me shut that light off in the background. I am playing Bond at some point. Oh, that's better. Oh. That light annoys me in the background. Now what? Mark. I wish I can go. They had a great show last night, Mark and Tara. It was a fun show. Astronomy based, but it was a good show. It was interesting. Fun. I really enjoyed sitting here producing it. Well, it's not really producing it because I'm just monitoring if anything goes wrong. Because Mark is in total control. And Tara. I invited Tara too late. It would have been nice if Tara was here with Marianne and Mark and Martin Willis for the Pine Bush event. Maybe next time. Anyway, so last night I debuted a song that I wrote last night. So I wrote the lyrics. Some of you may not have heard it. And it was funny because there was two individuals in there. It was Nick and Neuro on Rumble. And I was going to give up because I was trying to find the right music for the lyrics. And Neuro says, keep it up. Like, don't give up. And then I said, here, this is the one. And Nick says, we got it, boys, or something like that. And yep, that's the one. So I'm going to put the video clip with the lyrics on it up on the screen. And you'll get an idea why and what I wrote it about. So let me lower my volume.
Thunder roars measures in the distance, lights appear in the sky. Streaks zigzag above, top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet, defense countermeasures in place. Emotions whirl with apprehension, soon to engage face to face. Propaganda fills the air, false sense of security. Bluster turned to fluster, tyranny's path to obscurity. Misleading their people, the truth hidden behind the veil. Society begins its uprising. Freedom will prevail. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. The drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat. A match ignites the tinderbox. Countries gripped in fear. Will this become the next world war? Borders soon to disappear. Allies against the evil axis struggle between good and evil, viewed through different lenses in the eyes of the beholder. Once shielded by their sword, proxies begin to fall. Outer defenses penetrated as the forces approach the wall. A last stand drawn in the sand, a message of forewarning. Lay down your arms, this is our final warning. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. Thunder drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat.
So I wrote that last night. It took 2 hours. More than I anticipated. But a lot of people may not like it. I like it. What matters is I like it. To be honest. And trust me, there are so many creators that love their stuff and other people are like, ugh, I don't know what they like about it. I'm one of them. So it's fair game. But this goes into, actually I gotta do that now. Email it to myself. This goes into my playlist. And this goes in my car. And it also goes everywhere I go when I'm bike riding. And add it to the playlist for the bike ride. So, yeah, it has a lot of importance to me. And that's just the way it is. Song. What the heck is this? I don't want that. Oh man, let me do that over. I put the wrong song. The wrong version. There was another version. Wasn't too keen on it, let's just say. Browse the computer. War Drums 1. Send. Now I should hear a notification on the phone. Any second. The other version was this one. I wasn't feeling it like that one. I do like that music. It's like Mission Impossible.
Thunder roars in the distance.
I gotta send this one to myself. I like it actually. That music. Maybe
Thunder
not,
roars in the distance.
maybe not the vocals, but the music I like.
Here in the sky, streaks zigzag above, top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet, defense countermeasures in place. Emotions whirl within with apprehension, soon to engage face to face. Propaganda fills the air, false sense of security. Bluster turned to fluster, tyranny's path to obscurity.
Actually, I like this. Now that I'm listening to it.
Hidden behind the veil, society begins its uprising. Freedom will prevail. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat. A match ignites the tinderbox. Countries gripped in fear. Will this become the next world war? Border soon to disappear. Allies against the evil axis. Struggle between good and evil. Viewed through different lenses. In the eyes of the beholder. Once shielded by their sword, proxies begin to fall. Outer defenses penetrated as the forces approach the wall. A last stand drawn in the sand, a message of forewarning. Lay down your arms, this is our final warning. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. That is tough because I actually like that one now that I listen to it. Let me see if it's working here. How come I only see the one? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Is it on the top? No. Where is the songs? Tracks. Playlist. Recently added. Add to playlist. Favorite. Add to favorite. Playlist. Let's see if it works. Beautiful. You don't think my songs that I write aren't on my phone? Are you kidding? Of course they are. They get me all amped up when I'm bike riding, especially. What's up, Alice? Alice, I saw your video. I think things are gonna calm down somewhat. But my focus now is on something totally different. Saturday is going to be a big deal. By the time I wake up, maybe by noon Eastern, we'll know more. Because of the meetings between Iran and the United States and Oman. The world might be focused on something totally different by next week or two than the tariffs. I'm going to tell you that right now, even though they're serious globally, but this could even be more. As crazy as that sounds, and it will affect economies if there's war. So we have to keep an eye on what happens this weekend, Saturday. Now, Oman is 8 hours ahead of me. So, for example, it's at 8 p.m. almost in Oman. That's what I'm saying. If they have meetings during the day on Saturday, will they continue talks on Sunday? If negotiations seem like there's some type of cooperation going on? Or will it be Saturday, they both come out saying whatever they say and say we can't agree? We got to see. I'm hoping for the best. Yeah, I'm ready for a little bit more wonderful too. To be honest, yes. So we'll see. But like I wrote that song about it last night. The lyrics. So I'm thinking about it already. I just want to hear the two songs again. I think I like the heavier song better. Like I said, I just wrote this last night. Let me correct. I wrote the lyrics.
Thunder roars in the distance, lights appear in the sky. Streaks zigzag above, top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet, defense countermeasures in place. Emotions whirl with apprehension, soon to engage face to face. Propaganda fills the air, false sense of security. Bluster turned to fluster, tyranny's path to obscurity. Misleading their people, the truth hidden behind the veil. Society begins its uprising. Freedom will prevail. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. The drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat. A match ignites the tinderbox. countries gripped in fear. Will this become the next world war? Borders soon to disappear. Allies against the evil axis. Struggle between good and evil, viewed through different lenses in the eyes of the beholder. By their sword, proxies begin to fall. Outer defenses penetrated as the forces approach the wall. A last stand drawn in the sand, a message of forewarning. Lay down your arms, this is our final warning. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be won. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. Thunder drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat.
I like that version. Actually, I'm going to see My Flower Person after 5. Oh boy, oh boy. But there's some confusion here because I gotta see what this is. Alright, that's that one. Okay, I don't know why I checked that one. I gotta go to page 2. I'm in Suno now. I want to download the lyrical one of the other one. What the heck? I'm on page 3. Here, maybe this one. Heck no, that's definitely not it. What? Oh, jeez, now I'm in trouble. I don't know where the other one is. I want to make the video clip for it so I could see the lyrics on that one. War drums, where are you? I put a thumbs up to it, so it shouldn't be that hard to find. I usually do that so I could pick it out. There's pages and pages of me trying to work on this song. It's sick. That's how frustrated I was last night, trying to write the right music for it. I'm on page 9. I wasted 9 pages so far. There it is. This has to be it. 10th page. That's it. I gotta make the video now. Video. There's usually instant. Boom. That too. Different version, same lyrics. But I like it.
Thunder roars in the distance. Lights appear in the sky. Streaks zigzag above. Top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet, defense countermeasures in place.
That's tough. That is tough for me personally. I don't know about anybody else. It's tough for me to decide which one I like more. See, the last one's heavier, but the lyrics flow with the music better. They fit better. The other one, not so much. But this one has a flow to it with the lyrics and the music flowing together. That's so important. It is very difficult to find that right flow when you're creating these songs. It really is. And I know, a lot of people just want to throw stuff out there, see if it sticks. I have 10 pages of that song with multiple editions of trying. I got 2 songs out of it. Now I pay for it, so I got plenty of credits to create music and all that. But boy, oh boy, was it frustrating last night, just coming up with that. Like I said, not everybody would like it. It's like anything else. Beats, more modern, so to speak. I should just experiment. Could you imagine experimenting with those lyrics? I have other songs I could try. Just to see what would happen, kind of a thing. I'm actually gonna mess around right now. I have the song to test it with, because it's not gonna be the lyrics for War Drums, that's for sure. It won't work. Let's see. I'm not even gonna show you. Or just maybe Alice. Because I don't know if anybody's even watching. Oh my God. Alright, I gotta get Rattle My Bones lyrics. All my lyrics are in one page. Here's Rattle My Bones. Let's copy all this. Yeah. Copy. Create. I'm gonna put a little twist to the title. Paste. Okay. I should just go straight with that. I don't know, maybe this. Let's see what happens. I'm curious to see what it creates. Oh my gosh, let me do 4 of them. How many points? Wow, I used a lot of freaking credits last night trying to make those songs. So I'm doing an experiment right now. Something I would not ordinarily do, because it's not necessarily my style of music, but I could be surprised what it creates. It's my lyrics. Let's see what it comes up with.
The volume, crank up the bass, rocking to the beat, no time to waste, grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on everybody, get off your seat. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it.
Oh, I'm liking this one already.
You and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it on my feet. Come on everybody, under the moonlight. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beat mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. night. Marvin plays in the room, let's get it on. Music made with each other to the break of dawn. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm and beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones.
I am shocked that I actually created this just now with my lyrics, and it's not something I would normally experiment with on Suno, with the type of genres I put in there, which I'm going to save. Because this is what I'm putting, oh, don't tell me I can't copy and paste. This is what I put in there to create the different type of genres, to make the music, right there. That's what I put in. This is Suno. For those that don't know what Suno is, you should check it out. You can create your own music. Now, I write my own lyrics, and I have ownership, copyright, licensing for this. So, it's pretty freaking cool if you want to mess around. So I just made that with this thing I just did. That. So I want to see what the rest sounds like. I did 4 of them. I'm curious. The first one was really good, I thought.
Hey, hold on. Yeah. Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rockin' to the beat, no time to waste. Grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on, everybody, get off your seat. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm and beat and mood of tones. Feeding off your inner. Turn it up the volume. Whoa, yo, yo. Crank up the bass. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rocking to the beat. So, yo, yo. No time to waste. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grooving to the music. Yo, yo, yo. Bouncing on my feet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, everybody. Get off your seat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Get that groove on no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me. Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rockin' to the beat, no time to waste. Grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on, everybody, get off your seat. Eh, get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight.
I like this one. That's a keeper for me. I can put such wicked drums on that. Wickedness. I can make that song sound so much better. It's my own song, but I can make it better. I am so tempted to go down there and really play the set because I got to get my feet to the pedals. I'm playing like 2.5 feet above the set. I got to sit down there. But I'll work on that later. I like that. I actually like that. And that's not typically the kind of music I would create writing. But I like that. And I got to start doing that. I got to stop being stuck in my old school mentality of creating music and catch up. Catch up. And just, because it has to be about feel. If R&B is not in there for the creating part, I need that. I need the flow. I need to feel it. And that's why I put it in there. This is the things I put in the styles on Suno. Right here. Not Rejuvenate. Rejuvenate is the title of the next song. And let me save this so I don't lose it. Because if I don't do this, I'm in trouble. For sure. Trouble. Because then I'll lose it. But I like that. I don't know if I downloaded both copies. Now that, I'm going to try to make videos of them. It's not going to be ready yet till later. Yeah, it's going to take time. But I like both versions of those. I got to go downloads and I'll check it out. Which one I like better. Let me try it again.
Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rockin' to the beat, no time to waste. Grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on everybody, get off your seat. Yeah. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the... Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rockin' to the beat, no time to waste. Grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on everybody, get off your seat. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it on my feet. Come on everybody, under the moonlight. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. Driving to woofer beats, car seems to be alive. All in sync together, this is how we thrive. As we get home, we turn down the light. You and I together, make it through the night. Marvin plays in the room, let's get it on. Music made with each other to the break of dawn. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Sway Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rockin' to the beat, no time to waste. Grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet. Come on everybody, get off your seat. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it on my feet. Come on everybody, under the moonlight. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. Driving to woofer beats, car seems to be alive. All in sync together, this is how we thrive. As we get home, we turn down the light. You and I together, make it through the night. Marvin plays in the room, let's get it on. Music made with each other to the break of dawn. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. Driving to woofer beats, car seems to be alive. All in off your energy, and mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones.
I am definitely going to work on that. I got to put a drum part to that. But it takes time to figure out what style you want to put in there, the pattern, the bass pedals. You don't want to overdo it, because I'm overdoing it with my feet. I could hear it, I could feel it. I can't make it overcomplicated with the double bass pedals. It's not meant for that. I have to go easy. Don't overdo it. Even with rolls, don't overdo the rolls. It's too much. But I'm gonna get Alexa, shut off the ring room light. Thing is like in my face bright.
Okay.
I am definitely gonna work on that. It has potential. That one. I'm actually shocked, because I would never have guessed that that would be a song I would make. And it sounds really good, at least to me. Anyway, enough of that. Morning experiment. It's not morning anymore. Okay. I'm like sweating from playing the drums. And that's the song. All right. Since it's quiet in here, I'm gonna game right now. Back to Bond. James Bond. Put audio. No. Put audio. This. Dun 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 dun. This is an old 360 game. Activated. Eurocom. Oh man, too funny. It's not MGM anymore. Now belongs to Amazon. Or is it Amazon? Or Disney. It's one of them. I think it's Amazon. Bought the rights to the movies. I think it is Amazon. James. Alright. Yeah. Where are we? Where are we? This is an old game. I don't even remember playing this. And I've got a few Bond games. And it's weird because GoldenEye had Pierce Brosnan, I'll say it again, and Daniel Craig is featured in this game, GoldenEye. It's kind of bizarre. Uh-oh. We got
Crew have been located and secured. The vessel is now under our control. Alpha Team, what is your status? Over? Shit. Alpha Team? Come in, Alpha Team. All teams, we've lost contact with the lounge detail.
There's too many of them.
Hold
Oh
your
shit,
position at
there's a
all
camera.
costs. Over.
Oh man. I'm gonna get busted. Where's that camera? It's all the way over there. We have to wait till it pans out. I don't want to be detected so quick. Come on, get behind him. Get behind him. Once I get him, if I'm even able to get to him. There's no way I'm gonna take the 3. No way. Oh shit, there's somebody behind me. Oh no, I'm dead. Dead. Reloading. Oh, I'm dead. Dead. Oh, what a mistake. Mistake. Stupidity. I freaking rushed it. Now I gotta do the whole thing over. If I even get away with the first parts. No guarantee. Sneaking up. Of course.
The crew have been located and secured. The vessel is now under our control. Alpha Team, hit!
Oh, busted. Who the hell is hitting me? Uh-oh, they threw a grenade. I thought they did. this gun. Better yet, let's switch. Oh, no way! What just happened? Oh, no. Where's the other gun? I don't like this. I'll save it down.
The target is underneath us!
Yes, I am.
The target is below us.
Plant the charges here. 5-5. Arm the charges.
I had some. Located. I've got
Changing mag.
I don't like this gun at all. Please change. I don't want that one. Alright, let's just switch. I'm happy now. Where are we going?
Seal that exit! Grab the hatch! Seal it! Now!
No, what are you doing? Get back down!
be quiet or I'll shoot you.
Thank you. But you've got to know. They're planning to blow up the ship.
Stay here. Help is on the way.
That's it? They're right around the corner.
Engaging enemy. Who are you?
Stay here and keep your head down.
Lay down some fire.
Shit! They're trying to surround me. I need you. Uh-oh! Oh, I saw you. you. I saw you. There's another one. Thought I saw two. Okay, good. Checkpoint. Good. Good, good, good. Oh, shit. Shit, they got me.
Firing.
I know there's another one. Another one? I know there's another one there unless I got him. Maybe I did. Damn it, I can't even use that ammo.
Keep your hands where I can
Uh-oh,
see them.
uh-oh. Somebody's here.
God bless you, sir. They were going to kill us.
Wait here.
Guess we can't hack that. We must get through. There's no vent. Fuck. It's in this room. But I can't get through. right here.
As soon as we get word,
Oh, there's a ton of them.
Damn, Randy. I've got a man down. Say goodnight.
Say goodnight.
Target spotted. Get down and engage.
Uh-oh. They're right on the other side. Let me see if there's any ammo. Jump. Jump in the water. Maybe not. Holy. Whoa. I don't even know where I'm going. I'm just going. Bolt. Wrong way. Oh, that was stupid. Oh my gosh. That was brutal. Brutal! It's gonna stop me all the way back. Jump on, jump! And run, Bond, run! Try to bottom. Oh, you can't. He's gonna be right here. How am I dying? Oh, maybe not. Maybe that was on purpose. Oh, Dubai is complete. Dubai is completed. I need chips. I need soda. I need munchies. What's up to those on TikTok? I see Ed. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put TikTok in front of my face so you guys say anything.
MI6 Tanner to Bond. 1 hour ago, Arumov's helicopter landed at a remote base in Siberia. The Russians claim it's a climate change observation facility with no military purpose. But 25 minutes ago, someone sent out a distress signal using military channels. The Russians have already sent in combat troops and just scrambled 2 MiGs. Your mission is to avoid those Russian troops, infiltrate that base, and find out what they're up to. One last thing. When we sorted out your new phone, we provided you with an EMP-hardened model. In a worst-case scenario, our satellites will be temporarily blinded, but your phone will survive. Tanner out.
James! Alright, James, chill out for a second. I need to go run and get chips. Alexa, turn on the living room light.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun. I need a glass. What the heck did I do with this soda? Soda. The heck is it? It's right here. Oh. Coffee cup could go here. Actually, I don't like this cup. I never liked that cup. Coffee, Dr. Pepper. What a combination that was. I'd rather drink out of my coffee cup. What do I do at the top? I can't believe that R&B song. I really like it a lot. The one I wrote this morning with my lyrics. Jenkins. What's happening, Jenkins? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thursday. And to hello to those on TikTok and Rumble, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick. Oh shit, I got the remote wrong. Xbox X. Wow. Alexa, dim living room light. Take his gun. What do you mean? What happened? He didn't have nothing? Really? Shit. I didn't set off any alarms with that. We only had that one gun, but we're about to get another one. He's right up here. If I could sneak up behind him, that would be best. I don't like that one.
Thinks that it's some sort of accident. Accident? What an accident? That helicopter wasn't ours. God.
No, 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 no. Actually, I don't like that gun. Okay, yeah, we'll keep these. And right here, where are they? On the bridge? They're on the bridge. There's one up there.
You're on target, Bond. You should make visual contact with the research facility shortly.
The heck is that?
It's a space weapon!
Bond to MI6. Do you read me?
EMP. That's what that was. EMP. Bond got covered and buried from a helicopter crash. But he manages to get up. I hear crew. Can't be him.
Form a perimeter.
Holy. AK-47. Hold on. Let's get rid of this. Oh, it has low ammo.
Stay focused, man. Federation has spent good money training you for such an event.
How am I gonna get behind him? Like that. Boom!
Keep your weapon safety engaged, man. I do not want any foolish accidents.
It's too easy.
Stay calm. Reinforcements will be here soon.
Can we get in there? Oh. Unfortunate. Oh shit, there's two on the bridge.
Grigori, across from the river. When me, I heard the sound.
Stop him!
They're coming from everywhere. Go! Who's getting me? I can't get out of here. Get out of here. Where's the other shots coming from? There's 3 on this side. There he is. Last one I was looking for. Give me ammo. They're right on the other side. Shit. There's 3 of them.
Hell's happening. Still out in the sky.
There they come. He's up there. Still a couple left. He's running to the top. Come on, fire! Oh my god, I got no ammo! Somebody camouflaged. Oh shit. Risky. That was risky. We need a gun. Come on, reload, reload! We can't go up where they came. Where the hell am I? Can we go? No? Bond, get up. Oh, they're there. There's a bunch of them. Oh, that's too many. They ain't firing at me.
Who's that firing? He's over here!
Oh, I didn't do that! I didn't ever press the trigger. firing at somebody else. Look at this.
Covering fire! Fall back! Retreat! Push forward!
I say let them destroy themselves. Uh-oh, I'm low on ammo, but I should be alright. Shit, I'm stuck. I saw stairs. Let's see what's up here. What is that? That's what that is. I need a long-range weapon. Really? They're all over the place. They really are. I can't get through there with the flames. Come on, James, jump! Really? What the hell? This is nuts.
Enemy located.
Who is... Ooh. Get him? What the hell was that? That was BS. That's what that was. BS. No way.
Gunther, we're through the tunnel.
I know there's another one. I gotta go through all this again. This was a... Oh, right here. Where is he? Where is he? Got you. But there's another one. What the hell? Good checkpoint.
Fire at will!
Oh, Jesus. Chop meat. Wow.
Have you heard from the men in the server room?
Yes, they're working on it.
Bond to MI6. Do you read me?
Roger.
I'm inside, into control center, investigating. Need to get to the main server room. You copy?
Okay, Bond, chill out for a second. I'm taking a break, gotta do some work, got work tonight. Gotta chill out. Alright, where are we? Jesus. They must be on the top because I don't see them.
Check they're dead.
Oh, on the bottom.
Target acquired!
We can't disarm it? Oh shit, we don't have no gun. It's just that one. Oh, I'm in trouble. Oh, I can't. Need to take a break. Break time. Break time, Bond. I just want to go over. Oh, I actually enjoy. I can't believe I'm enjoying a 360 game like that, and I have so many games on Xbox X, and I'm enjoying this 360 game. But I still want to hear this one more time before I go.
Turn up the volume, crank up the bass, rocking to the beat. No time to waste, grooving to the music, bouncing on my feet.
I gotta download the video for it.
Everybody get off your seat. Get that groove on, no matter where
So I made this morning.
Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it on my feet. Come on, everybody, under the moonlight.
It's GoldenEye, yeah, my.
No matter where you be.
And good afternoon.
Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night.
It still won't make the video yet.
Under the moonlight, tingling down my spine, electricity in the air, swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair, keeping with the rhythm in beating mood of tones, feeding off your energy, rattling my bones, cruising down the highway, my baby by my side.
I like the beat on this.
Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. Driving to woofer beats, car seems to be alive. All in sync together, this together, make it through the night. Marvin plays in the room, let's get it on. Music made with each other to the break of dawn. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm and beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume, rocking as we ride. Driving to Wolf of Beats, car seems to be alive. Rolling off your energy and mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm and beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones.
I really like that. I do. Did I send that to myself on the phone? I don't think I did yet. Nope. I gotta send that. Let me do that while I play the other one. We should have the video for this one now.
Thunder roars in the distance, lights appear in the sky. Streaks zigzag above, top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet, defense countermeasures in place. Emotions whirl within with apprehension, soon to engage face to face. Propaganda fills the air, false sense of security. Bluster turned to fluster, tyranny's path to obscurity. Misleading their people, the truth hidden behind the veil. Society begins its uprising, freedom will prevail. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one, confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option, the enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin, thunderous with every beat. A match ignites the tinder box, countries gripped in fear. Will this become the next world war, border soon to disappear? Allies
I really like that. I really am starting to dig this song. I really am. I'm working on the background. Oh, I like that.
Thunder roars in the distance, lights appear in the sky. Streaks zigzag above, top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet, defense countermeasures in place. Emotions whirl within with apprehension, soon to engage face to face. Propaganda fills the air, false sense of security. Bluster turned to fluster, tyranny's path to obscurity. Misleading their people, the truth hidden behind the veil. Society begins its uprising, freedom will prevail. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option.
Shit.
The enemy will
No good. Discard, discard.
the drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat. A match ignites the tinder box. Countries gripped in fear. Will this become the next world war? Borders soon to disappear. Allies against the evil axis. Struggle between good and evil. Viewed through different lenses. In the eyes of the beholder.
Oh, I shouldn't have deleted that.
Once shielded by their sword, proxies begin to fall. Outer defenses penetrated as the forces approach the wall. A last stand drawn in the sand, a message of forewarning. Lay down your arms, this is our final warning. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat.
Oh, this is gonna be a problem the way she sent this.
with every beat. A match ignites the tinderbox. Countries gripped in fear. Will this become the next world war? Order soon to disappear.
I need to lower that so I can hear what the heck I'm saying. Actually, I could have done this, but that song's getting monotonous now.
Hi, honey.
Good morning. I am live streaming, so I'll just keep this short and brief.
Okay.
I sent you the link, but I don't know, because you forwarded it, I don't know if it's going to everybody else. So just make sure to flip that link and send it to everybody.
Okay, I will.
And looking forward to it tomorrow.
Me too.
I
Time. It's gonna be wild.
know. All right, so I'll see you tomorrow. I'll send Christina the 2 links at about 6 tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds
Love you.
great. Love you.
Bye.
Bye, honey.
Oh. Work. Why does that remind me of a commercial? I don't know what commercial it is, but work. I don't know. I think I'm just losing my mind. I think I'm just losing it. It feels good to just chillax back and let me save this description before I lose it. So that was Andrea Perrin. If you've ever seen the movie The Conjuring, it's based on her family, and she is the eldest daughter portrayed in the film. Though she will say, and she's the first one to say, and she said it publicly, 90% of that movie is BS. It's Hollywood. So if you ever seen the movie The Conjuring, the movie is 90% BS. And she said that numerous times on the air during her show. So I'm not putting anything out there that she hasn't already said a lot. Alexa, please tell me the cold temperature that we have right now.
Currently, in Newburgh it's 51 degrees Fahrenheit with cloudy skies.
51.
Today, you can expect showers, with a high of 53 degrees and
Nice.
a low of 37 degrees.
That's not too bad. I did get a new flag for the backyard because the one that I have out there is tearing. So I bought a new 3.5 flag to hang. But I ain't going out there today. It's raining. Matter of fact, then I gotta lower it because I know Mike might still be watching and his device might go crazy.
Thursday, 53 degrees Fahrenheit and showers. Friday, 48 degrees and rainy weather.
Oh.
Saturday, 43 degrees and rainy weather.
Worse.
Sunday, 57 degrees and showers. Monday, 67 degrees and partly sunny weather. Tuesday, 63 degrees and partly sunny weather. Wednesday, 49 degrees and cloudy skies.
It's a roller coaster. My only day to bike ride would be Monday, 67 degrees. And then it goes to 63 and then what? 47? Oh, you have your headphones on? That's good. I still did it just in case. But then again, I didn't do it the first time. I have a fire on right now. I'm going to soon go make lunch. I think I'm in the mood for... Now, I don't know if anybody out there on TikTok or whatever, wherever anybody might be watching right now, if you're even watching. Let me just see if this video is available. I really like this R&B version. It's not ready yet. Have you... And I used to do this all the time. Actually, it was my dad. He used to be, before he owned a restaurant, I was a little kid. He used to be a truck driver. And I used to go with him in the morning and go on his route delivering produce for a company in the Bronx, in the Hunts Point Market, which is like the biggest market. It's huge in the city. It's a distribution market. Big. Edward, what was his? Edward Boker? I don't remember. It was a blue truck. I remember that. I think it was Edward Boker. I don't even know if they even exist anymore. Anyway, we used to go to the diner that was his friend. And I don't remember, I think it was in Brooklyn. My father had the route in Brooklyn, where they filmed Fort Hamilton, where they filmed Saturday Night Fever. And I used to go in and have a cheeseburger deluxe. But you know the little side of coleslaw it comes with? That's that sweet coleslaw. I love that coleslaw. My father said, try that, dump it on the burger. It's like, Dad, that lettuce and tomato. He says, try putting the coleslaw for once. Just try it. And he was right. I fell in love with it. I love coleslaw on a burger. I take that, but it has to be the right tasting coleslaw. Because if it tastes nasty, it's not going to work. A lot of that commercial stuff out there, yuck. Yuck. It has to be a sweet slaw, and it's just awesome. Another thing to try if you've never tried it. Now, I make my own homemade potato salad, German style. Try having, it doesn't matter what potato salad. You could buy the one in the store. It doesn't matter. Try having potato salad on a hot dog. You might say, what? Try it. Try it. You don't have to go crazy. Just put a little potato salad on the hot dog. If you like potato salad and if you like hot dogs, this is a no-brainer. It tastes so good, the combination. You don't criticize it until you try it. Just like the coleslaw on top of a hamburger. So I'm going to, in a few minutes, make some burgers with coleslaw. Cheeseburgers with coleslaw. That's it. I hate to say it might on 40 cal bread because I'm on a diet. Yeah, it has to be fresh coleslaw, Mike. Definitely has to be fresh coleslaw. And I love pickles, so I have to have the pickle on the side. That's a must. Now, that's a whole story in itself when it comes to pickles. There's a brand that's in the supermarket in the refrigerated section. It's called Batamti. I don't know if it's available, but they have the garlic, the half sours. They are awesome pickles. Oh my gosh. It's not dill. It's like I said, it's in the refrigerated section. Has a red cap with white lettering. Batamti. The label's red and white. If they sell it by you. Oh my God, the garlic dills, they're just amazing. You can see the garlic in the jar and everything. It's just awesome. My mouth is watering as I'm discussing this. I'm making myself hungry, and I wouldn't be surprised if other people are getting hungry just talking about food in general. Right? Aren't the garlic ones good? Oh, they're so good. And you know when you think about foods like that, like you're about to have a lemon and your glands start to, like that sour, you know, with the anticipation, your glands are like, that feeling. That's just happened to me. I can't believe it's almost 2 o'clock. Tonight I got to work till 10. UAP Crossfire on the station starting at 8 Eastern for 2 hours. They're going to be discussing each one of them. are going to pick 3 cases that they feel are the most relevant. So I'm interested to see who picks what and if they overlap. That, you know, because a lot of people think of the same thing. I don't know if this document's going to work. I've never seen this. That's some weird file. I've never seen a file like that. I'm going to have to put a message. I cannot open that file, Don. They're messaging each other right now. But tonight's show, UAP cases that had the most significant impact on their lives and research. Tune in to see if some of the cases they refer to might resonate with you as well. Impactful UFA cases is the subject of this week's UAP Crossfire. So I'm really curious to see what cases they decide to choose. Oh, Don is resending me the file. He just messaged me. I have to say, for me, that resonate with me, if I had to pick 3, definitely Travis, Betty and Barney Hill. Now, I know both Travis and Kathleen Martin, and they are wonderful, amazing people. So those are 2 easy ones for me. And I am intrigued by knowing the people that have done a lot of the research regarding Roswell. Roswell intrigues me. And Roswell was important because it changed everything about keeping secrecy. It actually transformed the government itself. The beginnings of the CIA, all the intelligence agencies. A lot of that comes from that. Truman's involvement, Eisenhower's involvement. There's a lot there. It transformed government. That's why that case resonates with me. It's not just the case itself. It's everything that happened historically and how it changed moving forward forever. So those would be the 3 I pick. Travis Walton case, Betty and Barney Hill. And the Betty and Barney Hill is impactful for so many reasons. I mean, Barney was a civil rights activist, and he worked for the post office, and he was African American. Interracial marriage with Betty. Do you think they really wanted to come out with something like this when all the attention was going to be on them and during those times? Somebody really, really, really needs to do a real proper movie on Betty and Barney Hill and show about not just the case itself, but all the things that happened around them at the time, what they were going through in their personal lives, dealing with social issues, family issues, and dealing with being put under a spotlight, magnifying glass, when they came out to talk about the case and their experience. I don't understand why that has not been made. It was made into a TV movie, I think, or some low-budget movie years ago. James Earl Jones actually played Barney Hill. But they need to really, that is such an intriguing case, experience, story, account, however you want to put it. That is to me, that's another movie that should be done, in my opinion. And I know the people who have rights to certain things. They have the rights to make the movie, but it's about getting the funding and the budget to create and to make these movies. John Mack. If you don't know who John Mack is, that's something you should do the research on. And I know they say that I don't want to get into it because I'm on TikTok, how his end came to be. I question that. I'm not so sure about that. I have always doubted that. Like Forrestal. James Forrestal. That's another bizarre. That is an interesting thing all in its own. But I would have loved to have seen a Mac movie. There's a few like that. You say Tom Reed's and the what? The voices they had the search. You're talking about the oh my God, what is it called? The LA one. Oh my God. I know that one off the tip of my tongue and I can't think of it right now. Where they had the spotlights on it. The Battle of LA. That one. When they had it, they said that there was something in the sky and they had all the spotlights on it. Is that the one you're talking about? In California? In the 40s? I think that's the one you're referring to. Okay, they're messaging me like crazy. Okay, I think he pasted it. This is for tonight, so I have to be on top of that. Okay, that one. Uh-oh, never mind. He has to redo it. All right, hold on. There's some stuff coming in. Okay, nothing important. They're still conversing in the background. So yeah, I would love, those would be my three cases, or three events, let's call it, that I would pick. Travis, Betty and Barney Hill, and Roswell. And it's the same ones you hear all the time, but if I had to say, based on my own personal experience in dealing with family members or the person themselves or the people that do the research on it, Travis, I know him personally, definitely. Kathleen Marden, who I've met personally, and her connection, family connection with Betty and Barney Hill. And Roswell, because I've been there a few times, talked to the people that have done investigations there, multiple people, even Toby, who was the reporter for the Roswell Daily Record, and Don Schmidt, Chuck Zukowski. There's a few people that I've had direct conversations and communications with, and others, regarding Roswell. And depending on who you talk to, but it's a very intriguing event that occurred in Roswell 47. It's still really a mystery. And Travis, enough said. Enough said when it comes to Travis with me. He's number one on my list as the person or the case that would be number one on my list that is significant to me. Definite. And, you know, there's a lot out there. I mean, the late, rest in peace, Calvin Parker. I mean, there's a lot out there. Even some of the events that have happened to pilots, military personnel, on bases, even people I know, some of the things they've experienced. It's all over the board. Even my own. It was that, I mean, I might say my own, because it was a significant life change, way of thinking on how I perceive things. It changes you when you have an experience. And I always say that I don't care what people have to say, their opinions on it, good, negative, because it's my experience. Now, if I tell my story, that's one thing. It's up to you. But as far as I'm concerned, it's the most significance is to me, not to other people, to me. Because I'm going to tell you, when you have that experience, people say, oh, I've never seen anything, I've never experienced the paranormal or UFOs or anything. Well, you haven't yet, or you may never will. But when you do, or if you do, and yes, I talk to people out there all the time, and I've had incredible conversations with just ordinary people talking about what they've seen. It happens all the time. And I find it fascinating, the things they discuss and tell me. And you could tell. I spoke to somebody last week. They told me about a story. I was like, what? And she was sincere. She was like emotional, almost like, when I see those kind of things, this is real. Because body language, the way they speak about it, move, body language, a lot. You could tell a lot if someone's lying to your face. Now, at the same time, what they may have experienced could be easily explained, but they just don't know what to look for. Like in the beginning, Starlinks caused a lot of commotion. In the beginning, because that used to be really visible a lot until things changed. Elon changed a few things. But that caused a rash of sightings that people, even the launches of SpaceX and other rockets, even not too long ago, when Starship exploded and debris rained down, and people were like saying, because they didn't know, what is that? Like thinking that was extraterrestrial. No, it was Starship disintegrating. And burning up. And the debris was falling. But a lot of it is explainable. But some of those few, maybe 3%, even if it's 2%, you say to yourself, okay, now what is up? What's going on? And I know from the first thing I've seen, which is documented in 95, it's actually documented. It was nighttime, so I couldn't see exactly if it was a boomerang or a triangle. But it had 5 bluish white lights. This is before. My case is documented. I could pull it up. I reported it on June 10th, 1995. I have a documented case from 95 on New Fork. Before the whole Phoenix Lights thing happened and people were describing a boomerang with 5 bluish, I described it 2 years before they even started talking about that stuff. So what did I see? Now there's 2 possibilities. It's ours, and it's some real top secret black program stuff going on. Or 2, it's not ours. Those are the only 2 conclusions that I could reach logically for what I seen. No sound. And then, on the beach in Montauk, seeing all kinds of colored lights above the ocean. It was incredible. On a clear night, no aurora borealis, none of that nonsense. It was just incredible. While I was fishing for striped bass at night, Mom runs to the hotel. She's scared to death. And myself a couple of my friends and mom's friend, which one day I'll have him come on when he comes over. He was there, and we all seen this, and we were like, wow. Not scared at all, just in awe of the beauty and what the heck was going on over the ocean. Which a guy came out of his house past the dunes and said, you know, I don't know if you've seen what I just seen. I've been living here over 20 years, blah, blah, blah. I never seen anything like that in my life. I said, yeah, we were right here. We seen the whole thing. And then capturing a weird thing over my house 11 years ago now. And I have the video of that. And it's not a meteor breaking up and bouncing off into the atmosphere. It ain't none of that. People want it to be that. Just like maybe I want it to be something else. I'm not saying it's extraterrestrial. I just don't know what the hell it is. But it's artificial. It's either a drone, some type of craft, but it ain't no meteorite breaking up and bouncing off. It's so stupid. It drives me crazy when people come out with that explanation. Because I've sent this to many people. I don't just take one opinion. I send it to a few people that I trust their judgment. And then, like anything else, I take a tally. How many said this? How many said that? How many say this? From people I trust with analyzing stuff. It's not just Mark D'Antonio. There's others I go to when it comes to something like that. And meteorite was last. And these are not people that are woo-woo. You know, I contacted even people from different countries. Not just here. And other photo, video analysts. Because two different people could see two different things, and they both say they're experts. Like the song I wrote, it's in the eye of the beholder. It really is. Now, sometimes you can come up, like Mark did a great show last night. Excellent show with Tara. Explaining things that people may not realize what it is, and it was excellent. So Mark is exceptional at analyzing. I don't even know if I've ever shown him that clip. But you just can't go, that's like if you go to the doctor and they give you a serious prognosis and you're like, I need to get a second opinion. And, you know, even in, I'll use sports. In sports a lot. A pitcher goes see one doctor. The doctor says, listen, you might need rotator cuff surgery. All right, I'll let you know in a few days. I'm going to seek another opinion. And the other doctor, you know, they went to get that second opinion. And then the second doctor reinforces what the first one said. Then you know you got to get rotator cuff surgery. Yankees tried that with Garrett Cole. The first diagnosis wasn't go so good. And he ended up getting that the Tommy John. Actually, it's here, not here. And that was that. So sometimes it's important to go to a second, third, as many opinions on something serious as you can, that you have access to or can afford to get access to. So, yeah. And that's what I do. But getting back to the whole basic topic here, when you have an experience, regardless of what it is, it's your experience. It doesn't matter what other people think or say, because you know what you experienced. And if it's like something up close and personal, or maybe not even, it might change your perception on things in a lot of different ways. It can almost cause a conflict of your belief system. I mean, it can get. I mean, oh, what's going on, Mr. Pop Culture Minefield? I'm getting ready to get off and have lunch. But again, to have your own experience is a game changer. Now, some people are in denial when the truth is presented to them, and it's a very rational explanation, and they may not accept it. They're in denial of the truth. That could be the case because they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear it. When you present them the facts and the information, the data, the evidence, contrary to say, that's like, and this has happened numerous times, somebody taking a photo from inside a glass pane and the reflection from the lights inside make it look like there's something out there. That happens a lot. Even from a car, but definitely from a home, happens a lot. Where it looks like there's a UFO hovering and it's a chandelier behind the person reflecting on the glass when they took the photo. That's an example. And things like that, happen. Like a lot of things, like a plane. When it's point on, meaning that it's coming at you. And it doesn't look like it's actually moving. It's just like hanging there. And then you see little movements. You're like, what the heck is that? It's a plane. It just happens to be that you're seeing the visual light as it's coming towards you. So it's not moving side to side like you would see a plane with the navigations blinking and it's coming at you. So it has a different appearance and you're like, and then there could be clouds and it gets obstructed and you're like, the light disappeared. It was a plane. Space junk, debris, meteors, satellites, drones, goes on and on and on and on. Starlink, launches, all kinds of natural phenomenon too. So a lot of the times it is easily explained. Aircraft. But it's those few. It's those few that are the exceptions. And those are the ones you want to filter out from all the rest. And then, of course, you have the people that put out fake stuff, especially now in the age of AI. Forget about Photoshop. It's even worse now. So there's a lot of variables involved, and you have to filter out the more credible from the ones that are totally BS. So that's the way I look at it and speak to so many people. Like in a month and, well, what's today's date? Yeah, like 2 months. June 7th, Pine Bush, the UFO fair here. And it's small. It's a small event. It's not like Contact in the Desert, not even close, or some of these other events. It is only, 4 speakers, but 3 that are doing presentations. Marianne Robb and Dave Rich, which is UAPPD. You could search that, UAPPD, Google it. That's what they do. And it involves, obviously, PD, police officers, retired, talking about cases, or maybe their own personal experience involved with UAPs. And trust me, there's a long history. You can look that up. Police chases across county lines pursuing unknown craft. Even over state lines. It's happened here a lot, not across state lines, but it's happened here a lot. I mean, Chris DiPerno, he's the MUFON State Director of New York. He's interviewed quite a few police officers that have had experiences themselves. Kevin Soravia, right across the river, when he was a police officer. I know quite a few people. So, especially this area. So Marianne Robb and Dave Rich are going to be doing their presentation on UAP PD. Then, of course, you have Mark D'Antonio, who's just an amazing presenter himself, and the information he provides. And he makes it a lot of fun, too. He puts humor into the game, which it makes the people get really involved when he speaks. It's interactive. He makes it interactive. He's really good at that. Great communicator as a presenter. And he walks around. He just doesn't stand at a podium. He walks back and forth. So does Marianne's very engaged too. And then you have the keynote, Nick Pope, who for many that are aware of UAPs is a controversial figure based on his background, MOD. So, but he's still a very well-known figure. And the MC is a great friend, and he does great shows himself with Podcast UFO, Martin Willis. He's going to be the MC. So it's just going to be awesome. And I'm going to put Martin on the spot. He doesn't know this yet. But as MC, I want him, before he introduces anybody else, to spend a few minutes talking about what he does, how he got interested, about some of what's his opinion on some of the things that are going on with disclosure or non-disclosure or whatever you want to call it. And maybe give his opinion. He doesn't know this yet. And I don't think he'd have a problem with it. Because before we actually get the official thing started, before he introduces whoever's first, give Martin 15 minutes of the podium. I think that would be cool. And I know there ain't no problem arranging that. Not with Lance, the guy who runs the whole thing. Because I've been involved with Pine Bush now for numerous years. I got it that way. If I told Lance, I know he'll go for it. Because he listens. He just doesn't talk. He listens. And that's a great thing these days. Not just talk, but listen. And I'll give you my advice. If you go with it, great. If you don't, that's good too. Just putting that out there. What you do is your decision. I'm just putting it out there. But I think it would be awesome to have Martin do that before. And I can call him right now on the phone and put him on the spot. But I'm not going to do that. Because I don't know what time, I don't even know if it's public yet. I don't even know if it's been listed. He's supposed to have done it, but I don't know if he's done it yet. On the Pine Bush Museum website for the event for June 7th. And I still have to see, I have to actually tell Martin, what does he think about the idea before I open my mouth to Lance and say, Martin's willing to do such and such. What do you think? And he might say, well, to times, well, then we start a half hour earlier. That's what I will say. There's always a way. You accommodate to it, because there's also a intermission for like 15, 20 minutes so people can get food and beverage, no alcohol. But, refreshments. And then Nick Pope would start as the keynote and go till the night is over. So we'll see. But guess who has to go pick up Nick Pope at the airport, as I do every year? Me. Every year. I'm the person who picks everybody up at the airport. Those that know me and been here know that to be fact. It's every year. And then they say, how could you just put yourself through all that? Well, if I don't do it, who's going to do it? But let him do it. How? What, by Uber? We're going to send an Uber from Pine Bush all the way to Newark Airport or whatever airport? What? So I always volunteer myself. Listen, I'll do it. I know them anyway. I talk to them, whether personally or through a show they've done, conversation. It's not like I don't know them at all. I may not have never met them. In Nick Pope's case, yes, I have. I actually interviewed him in Roswell. And I have the video to prove it. But I actually love it in a way to go, especially for somebody I've never met before. Because now's my chance to have a private conversation with them. It's not like when you go to a conference, you're trying to get their attention and speak to them for a few minutes. No. Now they're stuck with you in the car. They have no choice. So 2 hours average to get from the airport to their hotel. There's plenty of time to talk. Matter of fact, Kathleen Martin, Travis, and I had it was a great discussion between the three of us. Private. But it wasn't like just UAP related. It's just like three friends just having a discussion. It was awesome. It's like we hung out forever. It was like that. And those are the ones I cherish. Not like keep like driving them nuts about the same topic. UFOs. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What? They hear this all the time. They're constantly barraged by people asking them questions. My way of being is they're just maybe associates. I don't really know them that well. Or friends that were just chilling and having a conversation about anything. Like you were hanging out with your buddies or friends or whatever. It's just a normal conversation. But I tell you, those are the ones I cherish. And the laughing, joking around. It's people just being themselves. Because they're always in the spotlight. They're always under that microscope. They're always, whether it's a pro or a con, they're always in that area where you have people that attack them, people that support them, and they're constantly around that. And they need to digress and just live some life of normalcy too. Can you imagine? I mean, some people, I guess, I'm trying to find the right wording for this. Some people had the inner strength to take it on. Challenge accepted. I'm going in all the way with this. And some people just say, I don't want to be bothered with this at all. I want to live my life in peace, my family, and not be aggravated or not live in fear or intimidation or personal attacks, threats, etc. like that. And you got to respect that because they don't want to be part of any of that because they just want to live a normal life. But once they put themselves in a spotlight and they knowingly do it, and it takes a lot to do it because they know what comes with it, good or bad, but yet they do it. Now, a lot of people might say, are they doing it for some personal gain? That's a question. It's a legitimate question. But still, would you have that willpower, that inner strength, that confidence in yourself, knowing that you're walking into a den? A lot of people can't handle that. But a lot of people find it easy to attack. It's the most thing. It's actually a weird twist. They're so quick to judge until they're judged. Or they judge themselves before they judge others. You better look very carefully in that mirror and do some self-analysis before you start going after other people. But they, like I've said this in the past, they're sadists. They enjoy it. They get a thrill out of it. They actually get a thrill on seeing other people miserable. Think about that. Think of their mindset to be that kind of person. So there's many ways to look at this. And another thing too is, on a basic point, not everybody can go stand up on a podium, in front of a podium, in front of people, and speak. That's not as easy as you think. That in itself takes a lot. Making eye contact with people, keeping it interesting where it's not boring and you see people starting to nod as they're watching you. You want to keep them engaged. There are so many different things. And then to have, you might have a heckler or an aid clown sitting there trying to make a scene. And a lot of times they do that on purpose because they want to be recognized as being the one to do that, to cause a controversy. So there's a lot of game too. And I think many, I can't say all, I think a lot of people are hip to all that nonsense. I think a lot are hip. They know who the true people are. And the ones that are putting up a front. They expose themselves. And eventually, they will expose themselves of the true nature that they are. In a matter of time, they're exposed. And like, thinking about Travis, and he pulled away from it and then came back into it, and knowing him and spending lots of time with him, lots of time personally with him, numerous times, just him and I. A lot of these times were on because he's been to Pine Bush here a few times. And just him and I, Amanda, I know Amanda had a great time when she was with me when we went to pick up Travis at the airport. He came to this house, stayed over one time, which was really fun to have Travis here. Or 2 years ago, and I tell you, that was a fun experience with Kathleen Martin, him and I, taking a ride to drop off Kathleen at the airport. Travis's flight didn't leave till the afternoon. She had to be at the airport at 11 o'clock in the morning. So I asked Travis, would you mind coming with me on the ride to drop off Kathleen? He goes, sure. Because he had to check out of the hotel anyway. What was he going to do, hang out at Pine Bush Museum all day? Killing time to wait for his flight? No, Travis, come with me, hang out. So like I said, we had a great conversation on the way to the airport. Then Travis and I go back to Pine Bush. He got a private tour of the museum. We had lunch next door. So we spent a lot of time hanging out. And then I had to eventually drive him to the airport. And in that time, and I did something that he didn't know I was going to do it, but he went along with it. And it was actually funny. So Travis and I, when we were sitting in this bar restaurant next door to the museum in Pine Bush, the waitress comes up to take our order. And she says, and as soon as she said it, I said, he didn't know. he's sitting opposite of me on the table. And she comes up on the side of us. And she says, were you guys here for the UFO conference last night? And I'm sitting there with a straight face. And this is Travis Walton sitting here. She doesn't know who he is. I said, yeah, it was great. Travis was here, Kathleen Marden. I think Tom was here, Tom Reed, Mark D'Antonio. I don't remember. I know it was Travis and Kathleen. I can't remember because there's so many of these I go through. And I said, yeah, Travis Walton was here. Did you ever see the movie Fire in the Sky based on his experience? She goes, no, but maybe when I get home, I'll go see it with I'll watch it with my kids. And I'm like, I keep feeding it. Wow, you missed a great presentation, a great conference. So then Travis is looking at me because he's playing along. He's playing along. I thought he went with it. So then I said, well, guess what? That's Travis Walton sitting right there. She goes, ah! She started, can I take a selfie? All this, it just got so funny. And Travis, as we're walking out the bar restaurant, Bill, could you imagine if we would have got that, how that would have went viral, that moment? If you would have filmed it, we would have had millions of hits. He started laughing because it was funny. The way it went down, how I did it, how he played along. It's like one of those moments, like when people get super excited and freak out kind of a deal. Like a blooper, like it was priceless. So, not 10 minutes later, not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes later, because we walked right outside the door and went into the museum. There were two gentlemen in there. And they're talking to Lance about the event that they missed because they got there late. They didn't make it in time. And I walk in with Travis, and they didn't know who Travis was either. Because if they did, they would say, oh, wow, it's Travis. Travis Walton. They didn't know. And you could tell right away. Either they know or they don't. So I did almost the same exact thing. And they freaked out when they realized Travis is standing right next to them. Some people really, it's like if you met a rock star or a pop star, somebody, but you don't, like that movie was made many years ago. They may not know what he looks like now. So it's a little more difficult. I'm very involved with like movies and not really. I can't say that. I used to. With like rock artists. If I saw somebody, I'm going to recognize them unless they've changed over the years that they're unrecognizable, because that happens. It's like, who, that's you? You know, like, so, you know, there are some times when people have a big time physical change with age and you don't recognize them. So in that case, you might be standing near them and you don't even know that it's them. So that kind of what happens in this situation. Unless you're really, really, you know your stuff and you're on top of it. Like if there was a band, oh God, who would I not recognize? Which is really tough for me to even think about. Because of the bands I used to enjoy and watch, I would probably recognize the vast majority of them. Because they're recognizable figures. If you follow the band, you see the album covers, you know what they look like, you've seen them live. But that would be a hard one for me. Like, oh my gosh. I'd be surprised. Because I didn't recognize them. Same reaction. to like what happened here. They might have been a band I loved for a small period of time, short period of time, years ago. And I would be like, whoa, that's... Because you could walk into a place and they could be standing right next to you and you don't recognize them. Not that I would drive them crazy. So you don't want to do that either, because then you make them like, whoa. You kind of frighten them with your excitement. So you have to have tact. It's like having a normal conversation. Wow, you know something? I used to love your band when I was growing up. And specifically the song that you guys performed. That's how I would start it, like a normal voice. You know, you were a big part of my life growing up, you know. Joke around. Start a conversation like that. You might get somewhere. But if you're like, oh my gosh, it's such and such. Can I have a selfie with you? I'm your biggest fan. That may not go off so well. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's on my phone. Let me look first. Oh my God, look at all these messages. I gotta get off soon. It's breathing down my neck. It really is. It's... Okay, I'll check that out in a second. Don sent me a file. Oh my gosh. What happened here? Wingtip of one plane hits another on taxiway at Reagan Airport. Oh boy. Okay, nothing else important. Let me see if I... This is a while back. This is when I seen them live. Was it last year? 2024? And I'll show you the picture. This is Roswell. It's before Roswell. Here's one. Now, you may not know who this is. I know who it is. This is Rudy Sarzo, the bassist for Quiet Riot, Ozzy Osbourne, Whitesnake. It goes on and on with him. So this is him and I, and he took a picture. That's Rudy Sarzo. That's just an example. And he was really cool. Really cool. He even autographed my cap. All that. So, you know, and they're in a rush to move on to their next gig, flight, all that, whatever it is, bus, transportation. And they're tired. They just performed. But he still took the time out to talk for a few minutes, sign it, all that. Take a picture. Then he rushed into a vehicle and left. He had to go immediately. He was going to do another gig the next day in Baltimore. Because he told me. Now, he was on a show as a guest. So I got to talk to him a little bit before that. So if I said, hey, Rudy, this is Bill, KGRA. Remember the interview you did with Sheena Metal? I was her producer. Yeah, I remember talking to you. You try to ring that bell, so to speak. Now, Travis is different. Travis runs into thousands of people, usually, like every year. I hope he's slowing down. And he has a hard time remembering people's names because he runs into so many people. How does the guy remember your name? Now, me, he found a way to remember me by saying, that's my assistant. He calls me his assistant. That's what he says. And that triggers him to remember my name, Bill. Hey, Bill. But he says, hey, it's my assistant. What's up, Bill? And he honestly calls me his assistant. And I get a kick out of that. But a lot of the times, you might run into somebody at a conference, and you'll say, "Hey, how you doing?" And they're like, "Who are you?" Who are you? And then when you tell them who you are, "Oh, I know who you are. How you doing?" It's like that because they run into so many people. And unless you're on their regular itinerary, as far as speaking with and engaging with, you're not on that area. You're not on that list. Trust me, I know a few people that only talk to me when they have to. And I know this. And I tend not to contact them as much as possible because I know they don't really want to be bothered by me. Even though they're polite and will say, "Hey," but I know. I was raised and grew up in the Bronx. I can sense things. I have that instinct. I know. So I know when somebody's doing certain things. It's not hard for me to figure it out. And sometimes people make it obvious that they don't want to be bothered. And sometimes people will tell you straight up. And you're like, whoa. But that's okay. So that's one out of many that don't. So you're always going to, in life, you're always going to have to deal with multiple different personalities, people's opinions, how they judge. That's part of life. You cannot control what they think, or you can only conduct yourself the best way you can. Oh my God. Christopher, what's going on? I'm live. What's going on?
I'm just checking in with you, see how you're doing.
All is good. Don put something in the group chat. It's a text. I got to download it. I don't know if he wants to put that up for the show tonight.
Oh, what is it? Do you know?
Something to do with UFO Magazine when he was involved with that with Vicky. Matter of fact, let me go open it now while you're on the phone. Let me see. I was just talking about you. Were your ears burning or anything?
No.
How you, as a retired police officer, detective, veteran, Marine, all kinds of things you've done in your life, which is amazing. And continuing to do so on the law enforcement side, that people publicly don't even know how involved you are, and I don't discuss that because that's your personal business. But how you also investigated a lot of cases as MUFON State Director for New York, a lot of retired police officers who have had experiences with UAPs.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about two of them tonight. Pictures have been sent to me and stuff like that, and different things. We'll talk. Do
you have any that you could put in the?
Yeah, I'm going to make a PowerPoint.
Awesome, dude. Let me see if I can. Oh yeah, I could see it. I'm gonna have to leave this open for later. So, oh my God! All right, I'm gonna read it to you. Okay?
Yeah.
This is what he sent for tonight. I haven't read this. I don't know. Town of police. Alert message. I just got an alert message from the police, from the town. Hold on a second. Something just came through. Something's going on in the town. There's a thing that I'm part of for the community with the police, that if anything goes on, I get alerts, and I have direct communication with the lieutenant.
Wow.
I do. He's second in command. Due to an earlier motor vehicle accident on Route 300 and resulting power outages in the area of the town police station, our phones are currently out of service and cannot receive or make outgoing phone calls. Wow. So it must have happened right by the police station.
Yeah.
So people probably freaking out trying to call 911 or whatever.
Yeah, but don't they have a generator or something?
I don't know. I would assume. Yeah, I would assume so, but something's going on. And I'm not going to bother my lieutenant friend. And now is not the time to call him to ask him what's going on. You know what I mean? He's got more important things to deal with than me being nosy. Anyway, so this is what Don sent. Since the tragic loss of the unmanned probe Mars Observer, and as expected, there is now a definite undercurrent of paranoia in some quarters that suspect NASA of somehow hiding the observer. This is not unexpected by me or the rest of the staff at UFO Magazine. So this must be an article that he wrote at the time this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Today, as I write this, it is expected and accepted by a large number of people that our government routinely... I can't even read this because I'm on TikTok.
Right.
Because then they think I'm saying it. But this is actually someone else writing about this. It's their opinion. I don't want to even go there. But that it's in the Skype conversation. Download it.
Yeah.
And look at it.
Look at it. I'm going to, like I said, I got 3 cases that I want to present tonight that all, have, most of them have pictures and stuff. So this way I can show it and make it look decent.
All right, so
help with the station or anything?
Say that again?
Do you need any help with the station or anything?
Nah.
Okay.
The hard day is Wednesday because there's so much going on. But tonight is 6 to 10, easy peasy for me. Tomorrow's 6 to 11, huh?
They don't have any shows after 11 o'clock.
Well, it's Clyde Lewis.
Ah.
So Clyde is I just syndicate his show. It's easy. And I don't. You see, a lot of people have this perception. It's not just about the live shows. It's editing, post. It's syndicated shows that I got coming in. Shows I got to grab from John B. Wells, Caravan to Midnight, and the list goes on and on and on. I'm constantly going nuts. It's like constant, and my phone goes off every 3-5 minutes, so that adds to all the chaos, controlled chaos. But everything's good. I wrote a song last night.
Yeah?
War drums. You know what that's about, right?
Oh yeah. Well, they're at the table, so I think they might be delayed because I understand. I was listening to the news today that Iran said that they would negotiate directly with the U.S.
Oh, now they changed it? Wait a minute, though. Because the meeting's supposed to happen in Oman on Saturday.
Right.
So that's still on. Right?
Yeah. I don't know. They were talking about that they're sending an envoy over.
Yeah.
There.
They are.
So
and Oman is the mediator. Iran is saying that it's indirect talks. President Trump saying it's direct talks. But Iran said they're sending high officials there. So there's always, how they always put out the things out there. People could twist in the wind on whatever they say, kind of a deal. You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you one thing. The president is saying it straight up. Iran is the one that's going to put a little, how would I say it? I don't want to say necessarily misinformation, but they're going to be more indirect with their indirects.
They're now saying also at his cabinet meeting, they're now saying that the United States is now profiting, making money to the tune of $2 billion a day.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
But if there's a war, all things go down the tubes.
Yeah, but I got a funny feeling it'd just be a surgical strike.
Dude, if you attack Iran is going to retaliate against someone. And they're going to unleash everything on that. They're also going to go after our bases. They're going to go after our ships. It's going to be not as simple as United States going in, hitting assets, and leaving like Iran's going to take it and do nothing. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah, but I like I said, I think if they go in, they're not just going to stop with the nuclear sites.
No. They're gonna go after infrastructure. They're really gonna do a pounding to them.
Yeah. So
But
there can't be too much.
But a couple days ago, see, there's a cat and mouse game going on.
Sure.
And I thought it was laughable when they said that the proxies in Iraq were going to lay down their arms because they fear the attack from the U.S. That is such nonsense, because to them, they go to the end. Do you know what I'm saying? This is...
Oh, yeah.
So when I heard that, I was like, this is the biggest bunch of BS I've ever heard. So then what happens pretty much at the same time that this is happening? Iran is sending ballistic missiles, all kinds of stuff to these proxies in Iraq so that they can hit targets within Iraq, Syria, and Israel, and our bases, and Israel, and see what I'm saying? So they're preparing behind the scenes. They're putting out this narrative one way, but what's really going on is they're preparing themselves. Just like they said, oh, we're going to abandon the Houthis. It's a lost cause. It's just a matter of time before they're overwhelmed by the Americans. BS. BS. Anybody who believes that, I mean, sell me the bridge. Do you know what I mean? It's like, are you seriously think that we're going to believe that BS? So there's a lot of bullshit, there's a lot of stuff out there.
Yeah. And it's garbage.
It is garbage. So I've been saying, Oman is 8 hours ahead of us on the East Coast, so Eastern. So when I wake up on Saturday and I'm eating my breakfast and having my coffee, say it's about 10 a.m. It is now 6 p.m. in Oman. So the news, any news, if any information comes out, should be hitting here around breakfast time about the meetings, if they occur, if they're not called off at the last minute for some reason, and if they come out with a public statement either side by then. But I'd be pretty sure that we hear something by noon, regardless, by the media, regardless. By noon, our time Saturday, we're going to know.
Right. Yeah, I think so.
And then it's a wait and see. Maybe things will go well. Maybe they'll say, we're going to continue negotiations on Sunday. They were productive meetings. While Netanyahu would say, oh, what's going on now? Are they playing the U.S.? Why is the U.S. willing to do a second day of negotiations? We might, after all, have to take matters in our own hands. You know what I mean? There's so much that goes on, behind the scenes. And of course, I'm making an assumption and a hypothetical. But we really have to see post after what both sides say. Then we'll kind of get a feel, not necessarily the know, but the feel of how it went. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, that all makes sense, Bill. So I tell you, I don't think, if he thinks that they're legitimately trying to negotiate, he won't do anything until, he finds out that they're trying to pull the wool over his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But if Iran twitches and says, no, we're not going to negotiate, I think he's going to rain hell down on it.
Oh, that's for sure. They better, but you got to remember, they have to put this posture of strength in front of their proxies and their people, because believe it or not, that's an unstable-ish situation. People might say, oh, all the people in Iran support the Ayatollah. To be honest, Chris, those people are fed up. How would I know? Just look. Look at the people that, because you can find it, the people that do protests on the streets in Iran, but they have such a hammer on what goes on there that you don't see this. I'm telling you, the brutality that they do by anyone speaking out, you're done. You know what I mean? You disappear, or worse.
It's a brutal regime, and so they, but one of a couple of things is, one, their economy is slowing down.
Oh, for sure. And the thing is, but here's the problem with economy. China has a big dependency on Iranian oil. You go after their, like you said, let's just say it doesn't stop at the nuclear facilities. What if they go for their infrastructure? Would they touch the oil refineries? Would they touch that? Because that's going to cause a global issue right off the bat, because there are a lot of countries that get their oil from Iran. What happens to the Strait of Hormuz, where oil is distributed through that? Like a large percentage of global oil moves through there. There's a lot of variables here. I don't know to what extent, if it were to happen, how far it would go. But
if we do that, though, if we do bomb the oil field, it's to our advantage.
Oh, it will definitely cripple them.
Yeah, but not only that, that people who've been buying Iranian oil will want to buy it from us.
Yeah, there'll be outrage.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put another scenario to you. With everything that's going, because last I heard, it's up to like 145% now, the tariffs on China. China is like saying, okay, the United States has declared an economic war against us. Okay? Now they just took out our oil supply that we depend on with Iran. They might say, okay, we mean to make a move, and it's called Taiwan. So
they're not ready for Taiwan yet.
They just
They're
had a.
trying to speed it up. They're trying to speed it up, but they don't hit the landing crafts.
Dude, they had an exercise a week or not 2 weeks or so ago, where they completely surrounded Taiwan with exercises and even a mock blockade to Taiwan. They are rumbling.
They're rumbling, but that's just saber rattling, because here's the thing: to actually invade with troops, you have to have a certain type of landing craft.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a ground assault.
Right. What's that?
There's going to have to be a ground assault by the Chinese.
Right. And the problem is that in Taiwan, the optimum time to attack them is between April now and June, because that's when the tides are at their lowest, because they have typhoon season right now. And so they, with as many typhoons they have and the way the tides are, it would make it almost pretty much impossible to have landing crafts land without a large number of casualties, losing crafts and stuff. So they're either going to have to step up their timeline and do it, because you got to remember, Trump is although he might not put troops into Taiwan, Taiwan now has an air force. Taiwan now has,
No, they have defenses. They have defenses in place.
Right. And they're building more and more of those defenses. So as time goes on, Taiwan gets stronger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. But with our assets, a large part of our assets in the Middle East, that could leave us vulnerable in other areas of the world.
Oh, it could. I mean, there's no question about that. But I don't know where anything's are going to pop up. I mean, maybe Putin might try to say, okay, let me see if I can expand, from Ukraine. But right now, I don't think he has the logistics to go anyplace else.
No, plus...
He might want to, but look how many men he's lost. Look at how many tanks he's lost.
On both sides. But here's the thing. Yeah. See, the Iran equation is U.S. and Israel. The Ukraine-Russia thing, you also had the NATO involvement with that. You know what I mean? Yeah. The European Union associated with that one. So I don't think Russia's going to do anything stupid if we move on Iran. But I would keep my eye on China. I would keep my eye on China.
Well, China, see, the problem is the United States is flexing its muscles right now. It's trying to show the world that we're still the superpower. We're still the United States of America. And China's idea is to go, you know what I mean? They want to dominate. They want to be the only superpower in the world. And the way they got to do that, they got to check the United States. Well, economically,
they're in big trouble. They're in big trouble. People, our market, they depend enormously on the American consumer market. But we do with a lot of the stuff from them too, but they will be in the hurting big time if things keep going the way they are. And they're scrambling. They are scrambling.
Yeah, China's already turned around their ships that have cargo. They said, we're not paying the tariffs and stuff. We can't afford it.
Yep.
So China walked into a trap. And you know, the way the news is saying, I mean, look at the markets. The markets jumped up 3,000 points.
Yeah, but they dropped again today. Last I seen.
Oh, yeah, they're going to drop a bit. But
they're gonna fluctuate. But
right.
still, what I'm saying with this whole thing, a war at this point is going to definitely throw a big wrench in a lot of different areas.
Sure.
So, like I said, we got to see what happens Saturday after this meeting is over and just get a gauge of what's going on. Because there's.
I'd be surprised if Trump offers China, if he takes out the Iranian oil fields and stuff, if he doesn't offer the Chinese, say, hey, buy our oil from us, you know, we'll give it to you at the same price. And our oil is actually more refined, it's better than theirs. You know, as maybe because they're going to have to get oil. What are they going to do? Get all their oil from Russia? No, I mean Putin can't pull out that many barrels. I mean they're doing a large percentage now, but it won't fill the Chinese need. That's why they went to Iran.
But realistic, Iran will not just say, "Oh, now you want to be our friends all of a sudden."
No,
That's not going to happen on the flip of a dime. You know what I mean? That's not going to happen suddenly like that. Especially, what does Israel say to something like that?
You know, don't be surprised if you don't see a lot of turmoil with the people, because the people of Iran like America. You know, it's the regime itself that hates it, but the Iranian people themselves are not bad people.
No, of course not.
You know, stuff. They're not fanatics and stuff. Matter of fact, twice they tried to overthrow their government with the mullahs and stuff, and you know, both times failed and stuff. So I mean, you never know. They might say enough is enough, and you might see a coup or something happen there.
Yeah, but the Revolutionary Guard, you know, it could be where it becomes a militarized government instead of what it is now. Because the IRGC might say, okay, we're taking control of the country now.
Right, but it's already a militarized government.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it's under the umbrella of theocracy, you know, the religious part of it. So
yeah, I know.
it's a complicated... Dude, the bottom line is this. It's complicated. You know, it is a complicated situation. But like I said, I'm hoping that somehow, some way, they can find a way to negotiate and resolve this issue, because if not, it's going to get ugly, Chris.
Yep, I agree with you.
It's going to get ugly. And, you know, we cannot sit here and think that it's just going to be a one-sided thing. We have to worry about the bases. Are the bases protected from ballistic missiles that Iran is supplying to the Iraqi militia groups, the proxies? Can we survive a barrage of launches from small boats and land at our ships? I mean, we have to be ready for the countermeasure, offensive.
Take a look now. I mean, they're pounding the hell out of the Houthis.
Yep.
Houthis haven't launched another missile at our ships now for a little bit because their infrastructure is... I mean, they just took out the top leadership with one bomb.
Yeah, it's hard to get a gauge on that because, you know, the Houthis aren't going to reveal any information. It's kind of weird how different countries come out to say, and because I'll put it this way. If someone is, you know, taken out, they might come out and say, this person is a martyr, blah, 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 blah. Some of them don't want to even come out with it. They just try to hide it so that they say that their leadership isn't getting taken out. But some would come out straight up and say, yep, this one was taken out by the infidels, or whatever you want to call them, and put them into martyrdom. So they have different approaches on how they release information, but it's kind of weird when you see Iran coming out in their media, state media, and saying that a Houthi leader was taken out before the Houthis even did it. It's like, what does that tell you? It's like Iran said it, the Houthis didn't say, but Iran made it public.
Well, we'll know more. We'll know more in 48 hours. But the other thing is, now you're starting to see Chinese troops in Ukraine.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
So that's I'm wondering how Xi Jinping is sending. I wonder if he's sending contractors and not actually Chinese troops.
It could be mercenaries. It could be like from China. It could be something like that. But I don't think they would be operating under the flag of China. It's some, you know what I mean? It's some ops kind of a deal where, like what we would do, covert, and not where they're going to be identified as directly tied to the Chinese government kind of a deal. They might be Chinese in nationality, but that's where it stops. You try to make the connection now. You know what I mean?
Well, I think late spring we'll know a lot what's going on.
I'm telling you, Chris, what do I got going on Saturday? I have something going on Saturday night. And I got to meet this guy Saturday afternoon, the host. Oh, jeez. OD, to go over some stuff. But I know we're going to see each other tonight for the show, but we need to stay in communication this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 48 hours.
Yes. So don't hesitate. If you hear something, call me, and I will do the same.
All right, my friend. Take care.
All right, go check out what Don put in there, and I'll see you tonight for the show.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. So, like I said it last night, and that's why I wrote that song, War Drums. Pay attention to the news this weekend. Everyone should. Everyone. Everyone who's a citizen here or around the world even, period. You should pay attention to what happens on Saturday. We may not learn of any information coming out of that meeting. They may try to keep it hush-hush. But even with that kind of instance, information usually bleeds out, comes out. To put something out there. Well, a source said that this person said, this official said, that kind of deal happens a lot of the time, where a source close to the situation or an Iranian official source said, same on the other side, and they throw this out for people to absorb and to go with it. And a lot of it is to try to gain, I can't even call this like a social or a global sentiment, because it's going to be on the global scale. Like, they're the ones, not us, to try to sway, not forget about public opinion, global opinion. Because this is large, this is big, this affects the whole region. I mean, it does. There's just no other way to go about this. Again, a lot of the world's oil is dependent from that area. Economies will be, you think about, people talk about the tariffs, a war in that region is going to set off a lot of issues in so many different ways. Financial, political, military, social, so much, different areas. So you might think I'm making more of this than it should be. No, this is big. This has been building up for literally decades. A confrontation possible between Iran and the United States, like a real serious one. You could take Israel. They've been involved with this forever, since the creation of Israel, dealing with Iran, because they don't recognize them as a legitimate state. And you hear all the rhetoric that comes out of Iran when it comes to Israel. And any of those proxy groups or people that... And that is a totally different situation, and I get it, to what people could say about the an unbelievable suffering in Gaza of the Palestinians, the civilians. The civilian casualty in Gaza is just insane. Population of over 2 million before this started. Almost half are children. Has anyone honestly taken a look at what Gaza Strip looks like? Where do all those, forget about the amount of people that are no longer on this planet, which is horrific in the numbers. Where do the people that still exist go to live? Where do they get food, medicine, water, heat, any of that? If you've seen images of what this place looks like, it looks like a huge bomb went off and leveled everything. That's what it looks like. A vast majority of it looks like that. It's going to take decades to rebuild Gaza. It's leveled. Human beings live there. Civilians live there. Women, children, whatever. They live there in this environment. So there's no making excuses for what the heck is going on over there. I get that in the context of everything else that's going on. But this is a different kind of an issue, dealing with having a regime like that have a nuclear weapon. And that would cause an arms race throughout the whole Middle East, because Saudis, Iran is their enemy. And like I said yesterday, this is deeper than that. It's Shia, Sunni, all those factions. It's a lot more complicated. There's a lot at stake here, and how it affects all the different countries in the region, in the world. That's how serious this is. And if you don't think, and if you think that President Trump is bluffing about everything he said, if these negotiations don't work out, what's going to happen in Iran, you got nothing coming. Because he's not bluffing. And just say if he was bluffing, for sake of argument, he would look weak. That's the last thing Trump ever wants to be seen as, weak. Though he has been shown to be very indecisive and change his mind a lot. And then they come out with a narrative to control that. Because he does. He flip-flops a lot. But on this issue, there's no flip-flopping here. None. This is either you come to an agreement with us or you don't. And if you don't, the latter is not good. Because it's not going to end well. And it's going to be a major, major confrontation. And my thing is, do we want to see the United States involved in a possibly prolonged out conflict in the Middle East? The same way when it was with Afghanistan and Iraq, and it goes on and on. Do you think that we actually want war? I don't think so. But I mean, I think the country will come together to support, because this has been going on for decades. It really doesn't matter which side of the aisle you sit on this, because both sides, bipartisan, think that this is long in the coming. For sure. I don't see a partisan issue here when it comes to possibly having a conflict with Iran. I don't see a partisan issue here. Now, some might say, well, you need to get congressional passing of declaration of war. You're going to hear a lot of that. You just can't start a conflict with us not giving that. You're going to hear that if it happens. God forbid it does. I don't want to see it happen. I want peace. I want diplomacy. I don't see it happening in this case, but I could be surprised, and I will be happily surprised if I'm wrong. Because nobody wants war. But you're going to hear stuff like that coming out. But I think there are many in government, both sides, whether it's in the House, the Senate, executive, whatever. I think they all have the same kind of sentiment when it comes to Iran. Because this is not like happening during this administration or the past administration. This goes back decades. Decades. So, this is, like I said, this is major. Pay attention to the news on Saturday. I highly suggest you do, because it may affect people you love who are in service in the United States, branches of military. You may have loved ones, family members, friends that are serving right now. And there's another factor that I won't even address here in a public forum, that the possibility of what can even happen here with individuals that are here that can stir up stuff. Because I don't think many people have thought about that equation. So this, like I said, we should all be paying attention to this. If you live here, if you live in the Middle East, if you live anywhere in the world. Because a domino effect could happen. This could turn into a widespread global conflict. It may not just be kept to this. It may, and that's the last thing no one wants to see that. So, I guess we're going to find out in the next few days. Maybe. And like I said, you will, even if they don't come out with statements, which I would be shocked if we don't see a Truth Social post by the president shortly thereafter the hearings. I would be shocked if we didn't see something coming out. Or an Iranian statement, or, like I said earlier, a source close to those in the meeting, or whatever, said such and such. Just to throw it out there. But I'm sure we're going to hear something on Saturday at some point after these meetings happen in Oman. And as I mentioned to Chris, Oman is 8 hours ahead of me, Eastern time. So if you live out west, it's 11. So say the meeting happens at 4 o'clock p.m. local time. There's a lot of stuff going on right now here. So that's 8 a.m. here. That's all police. It's ambulances. There's something going on. Anyway, so that's 8 a.m. here. If the meeting were to occur at 4 p.m. there, I'll just be waking up. So I'm doing my best guesstimate. By 10 a.m. when I wake up, that's 6 p.m. in Oman, we might already be hearing stuff about what the hell happened over there. So by lunchtime, 12, that's 8 p.m. The meetings are done by then. I'd be shocked if they're not over by then. So by the time I'm eating lunch at noon on Saturday, I bet you most, because usually the weekends for the major networks, it's quiet. They regurgitate what happened during the week. They don't have their main, they have the weekend people on. Anchors. It's a different shift. I'm sure if anybody paid attention to the news, you know what I'm talking about. It's not like they're I hate to say it, it's not their A-list. It's their A- or Bs that do the weekends. It's just the way it is. And that's on the local level too. But if you start, I would probably bet money. I would bet money that by Saturday afternoon, every media outlet's going to be talking about this. Let's see if I'm right. By Saturday afternoon. Now, if you live out west, it should definitely happen in your late morning. Here, it could take to the early afternoon. But let's just say dinner time on Saturday, whether you're East, Central, Mountain, Pacific, Alaska, Hawaii, doesn't matter. You're going to hear about what happened. You're going to definitely it's going to be all over the news. It will be the main focus of this weekend's news. And also the regurgitation of the tariffs, this, that. But the main storyline will be Iran, U.S. meeting in Oman. You can bet on that. If I'm wrong, I will be super shocked. I would be stunned if everything's quiet Saturday on the news. Because once one releases it, they're all going to run with it. And you might even see the weekday anchors rush in to cover the news. So whatever news outlet you watch, whatever ones you watch, you might see the people that you normally see during the week rush in to do the weekend. Then you know it's serious because they're coming in short notice to work Saturday to cover breaking news. That's a sign. When you start seeing the regular anchors that they have during the week, regardless of what network you watch, doesn't matter. If you start seeing those people coming in, you know something serious is going on. That's what I was pay attention to. Little signs, little indicators. And believe it or not, tomorrow, I got to go because I got to do shows. Tomorrow you might start hearing this dissent, rhetoric, especially from the Iranian side. You're going to start hearing maybe this amping up a little bit tomorrow night on the news. The build-up before the meeting. Because remember, as I said, it's 8 hours ahead Eastern. So Saturday morning, 8 a.m. is midnight here. Or it might be 9 o'clock in California, p.m. Friday, but it's 8 a.m. in Oman where the meetings are about to be held. So you could start hearing information of what's going on early in the morning before the meetings occur. If that makes any sense. You might start seeing that in the media here late tomorrow night. But Saturday. And I'm just making my own personal, rational, logical opinion on it. It's a guesstimate, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be off. Because I don't joke around. I don't go off cliffs of conspiracy. I don't do that. I refuse to do that because I like to be rational, logical, and deal with reality. Not live in a world where everything's a conspiracy and there's nothing that you can put your finger on and say this is factual. Because it's been totally thrown out the window. Because now it's reverse. You have to prove a conspiracy to be false before facts are proven to be false. It's like the reverse has happened. Now the conspiracy is the fact instead of the facts being the facts and disproving or contradicting or countering those so-called facts and say, well, you know what? I don't agree with what you're saying, but now it's the most insane of conspiracies that we see as fact and prove those wrong. That's the times we live in now. As I mentioned this a lot, in the 80s growing up, if you came out with some of this conspiracy stuff, people think you're crazy. Now it's normal. That's the new normal. Crazy. That's the way I rationalize it in my mind. A lot of the stuff that's going on, that would be thrown out 30 years ago. People would say, this is absolute foolishness. What are you doing? But now, especially with the internet, podcasters, people sitting behind a keyboard and putting stuff out there, that is the game changer. This is the game changer. This changed everything. All of it. This changed everything. Perception, truth, mistruth, propaganda, political agenda-driven narratives, adversaries having the same impact from their end, influencing people in other countries, pretending to be others. There's a lot involved with this. All this. It's a big part of it. So it's really hard to get a grip and a grasp on what's really going on. Worse than it's ever been. Because, of course, you know, information is going to be put out there for people to accept or not accept. But now everything is mistrust. You doubt everything, no matter what. Everything is doubted. I mean, it's good to question. There's nothing wrong with questioning the validity of something. But it's gone to such an extreme that it's really spinning way out of control. Because it's so far from reality. It's like if I had a discussion with someone and if I'm desperate to try to win this argument or this discussion, I'm going to use a conspiracy to do so. Because you can't even answer it. What?
He's not letting me sleep.
Oh, let him in here. It's like that will be my final response to you. It will be most likely a conspiracy theory as my desperation, my active desperation to cause a counter to what you just told me. Or it'll be deflection, blaming something that happened 5-10 years ago. But what about that? What'd you do then? Not dealing in the now, but bringing the past back as an example to deflect. That happens all the time. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on. And you're here trying to take all this stuff swirling around your head. And you're like spinning. But there are some people that will watch TV 24/7 on whatever news channel they watch. And that's the only information they get. It is a controlled narrative that they're fed 24/7. They know nothing else. Nothing. They don't take the time to look at what's going on, do the research. They just watch that TV and they listen to everything. It's almost like the tinfoil hat has been put on. You're connected, and I'm going to feed you this, and it's going to be impounded into you 24/7 for the rest of your life. Objectivity, see you. It's like the movie They Live, when you see the signs, obey, control, this, that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Maybe more subtle, but it's the same thing. Because people are being completely manipulated and controlled by whatever they're fed. And they don't even want to. They don't even want to see what could possibly exist on the other side. They don't. Like being objective. Well, I want to get the full story here. I want to hear what the two sides have to say. What? In these times? Never! So that alone makes things difficult. And when and another thing that's slick, and this happened for a long, mixing truth with non-truths or exaggerations of the truth, and then mixing it all together where now it's a little bit more confusing and it's misleading. There's some truth to it, but there's some exaggerations to that truth. And that's when things get tricky. Like when people tell me, now I gotta go, crime is off the scale in New York. It's worse than it's ever been. False. False. The numbers were higher in 2000 than they are now. They're even worse if you go back to the 90s. You're saying that crime is at its all-high-time rate in New York City? No way. Not even close. And, I say to myself, what the heck are they talking about? Have you ever looked at the NYPD statistics, the data? The collection of data? Or are you just going to listen to what they're telling you? You didn't do no research? And another thing too, sometimes when you talk about a topic, they have one or two sentences and then they run out after. They have no follow-up. They're caught like deer in headlights because they don't know details. They only know the few lines to say, but more than that, they don't, because they don't know nothing about it. They only go and what they heard somebody else say on TV or on the radio or on a podcast. They're just repeating what they heard. But have you actually looked into it? It is kind of alarming, especially with attention spans, and it's, it's rah-rah for what I believe in, I guess. I don't know. I honestly, it's stunning. The lack of people being informed. Maybe they don't have the time. Maybe they don't want to look. That could be it too. They just want to exist in their bubble, and nothing can penetrate that bubble. Because if that bubble is penetrated, it could burst. They don't even want to go there. There's a lot of different ways to look at things. Jesus Christ. I am live streaming.
You're live?
Of course. Call me tomorrow during the day. I'm free all day.
What, are you going to be free tonight?
No. I got to work all night.
Till when?
Till 1 in the morning. I gotta work, yeah. But listen, call me tomorrow anytime before 6.
All right, because I'm gonna be. The problem is I'm gonna be super busy during the day. I'm going to get my old man right now. He's moving in with me today.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, today is D-Day. That's why.
Oh,
that's
man.
what I've been doing. I told you what, like, partially what was up, but I will. If you're free to chat for like 15 minutes tonight, I'll be up late.
I'll call you.
I'll be up gaming, so hit me up.
What are you playing?
Right now, I'm going multiplayer Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and I just love going on and going. I do team deathmatch, and I just run around wasting people.
All right.
That's how I'm getting my aggression out right now, Bill.
All right, I'll call you tonight. I'll touch base.
All right, cool.
Later. Bye. He's the host of Rabbit Hole Radio. But just to give you a sense of a grasp of reality, and then I got to get off because I have to get ready for work. This is 7 major felony offenses in New York City. Okay? During Giuliani's term, there's 184,000. Remember what happened in this time period. Who's the mayor? Giuliani. Now, the numbers started to come down, and they have been coming down for a long time. And then they bounced up a little bit. But 184,000. Where are we now? 2024? 123,000. So do not tell me that crime is at its all-time worst in New York, because that is BS. And if you were to go beyond 2,000, the numbers are even doubly worse. So again, and this is the 7 major felony offenses. This is not misdemeanors. This is the worst of the worst right here. And I don't see crime. I mean, people could talk about the mayor de Blasio. During de Blasio's term, they were under 100,000. So there's a lot of misleading information out there, and this is the NYPD statistics site. This is not a third party. This is coming from the police themselves. So there's not much more you can say about that. But you would think it's the worst ever. Wrong. But based on what you might hear, what they want you to believe, it's insane. It's out of control. It's worse than it's ever been. No. Growing up in New York City, like I have, it was really bad. In the late 70s, as a little kid, being told, even where I lived, don't go outside, you do not go outside at night. When the blackout happened, there was so much looting going on in New York City. You think that's new? You think that there aren't people out there that take advantage of situations like that? It's been going on for decades. That element exists. That's what they do. They take advantage of a crisis situation and they do these things. I mean, a lot of the looting doesn't have anything to do with the actual thing that's actually going on. It's they know that they can do it because there's something else that has the attention, that has the priority. And then they say, we have an opening here. We can do this now. And a lot of it is the gangs. So, yeah. Like I said, growing up in New York City, living there, that's why when something's going on like a storm in what happened in Kentucky and Missouri and Tennessee, Arkansas, etc., I'm looking at it from the outside I'm not seeing, I'm not there to actually see what's going on. I can only give it my best guess of like what, because I'm trying to think of things that I have experienced that I have seen, but I've never seen anything like that in my life. Flooding reaching up to rooftops. I've never experienced that. I don't ever want to. How can I relate? I can't. Those poor people that are going through it right now they know because they're there. They're experiencing it. So when somebody talks from the outside about it, how can you? You're not there. You don't know what's going on here. I can't imagine. I can't relate because I don't know what it's like. It's so easy to say, wow, the flooding. Have you seen it? Did you see it? Or you saw video? You saw videos of a certain area? Do you know how widely affected this area is? The whole state? And you're seeing snippets. It's a lot worse than what you see in those, on TV and stuff. It's a lot worse. Because they're only showing you pieces of it. Can you imagine the scale and the scope? I can't. Sitting here, honestly, I can't. I'm not there. Same thing. It's so easy to talk from the outside looking in. But only those that are on the inside know exactly what's going on. That's my point. It's so easy to judge and criticize, but are you there? Do you know? Have you experienced it? So how do you know? Were you here? Oh, I was there on vacation. Whatever. I had an experience. Oh, a lot of people have experiences. And the thing that is incredible, you might say 123,000 crime from 2024 is a lot, but there's over 8 million people that live in New York City, and they're counting all 5 boroughs in their statistics. So per capita, per person, New York City is actually safer than a lot of other places in the country. Based on per capita, 1 out of 100, or 1 out of 1,000, or 1 out of 10,000. Compared to a city of, say, 7,000, what's your crime per person? You'd be surprised when you break it down like that with numbers and data and statistics. You might be shockingly surprised. It's so easy to see those numbers and say, oh my God, 130,000. There's 8 million people there. So it's tough. That's an example. And of course, it's politicized. Always. That's just to give you an example. Now, you've been lurking, Bobby? And look, it's good to be, I always say this. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, Republican, independent, libertarian, it doesn't matter. Just try to be objective when you look at things. Try to see the whole thing that's going on, not just the one. Try to look at it and take an honest assessment and reach an honest opinion, not being coerced or convinced. Reach your own conclusions, not where they're already pre-decided for you. Be the individual that you have the power to be and reach your own honest, rational, logical conclusion. That's it. That's the way I look at it. I look at everything. I want to hear what everyone has to say. And then I'll make my own. I mean, even the president will say it. I listen to what people tell me, and then after listening to the different people I hear, I reach my own conclusion. Even the president does it. Why shouldn't we? Does that make sense? I would hope it does. It's called common sense. Otherwise, and another thing too, before I go, because I need to go now. A lot of people like to do this, but they don't like to hear. And the hardest part is talking to someone that disagrees with you. Because now you're going to try to take control of it, and you're going to do a lot of this. But you're not really doing this. Because you don't care what the other person has to say. You don't want to hear it. You just want to keep doing this. It's possible you may not even have heard a word the other person is saying. Which might be which actually might make some sense, but you didn't. Because you don't want to hear it. Because you don't. You don't want to even open the door that they may be right on something. You don't even want to go, you don't even want to open that door. So instead, you block it all out. And you just don't listen. And a lot of that happens. So, and it's hard. Can you imagine the job of a mediator? A person trying to bring parties together? Good luck. Good luck. You should be paid a lot of money for that. I don't care what it is in these times. To be a mediator for anything, good luck. That's what I say. Make sure you have protection and security, because you might need it based on the outcome of whatever you mediated over. Because one side is not going to like you, and you really got to be concerned about that. It's like that now. I mean, I hate to use this as an example, but it's the truth. What do you think a Tesla owner is going through right now? Owning a car that they bought. Do they have to worry about parking it on the street and somebody's going to do something to it because they have something, with their opinion that against Elon? But you're going to take it out on me personally. Like, it's my fault. Come on. That's an example, another different type of example. So you're judging the owner of that car by owning a Tesla? Really? What do you expect them to do? It's just craziness. That ain't right. People have the right to protest night and day. That's under the Constitution. But there's also a border, a line on that, a boundary, crossing that line, like anything else. If you're going to do it respectfully, fine. But when you take things to the extremes and you do things, and I'm being careful with language because I'm on TikTok. When you cross that line, no, you don't cross that line. And, I always say this, it doesn't matter. Somewhere out there, like crazy people, you don't know who they are. They may appear as being totally normal, but what's going on in here? You could be next to a person that's totally unstable and you don't even know, because they're not showing any signs of it. Think of like I said, I'm on TikTok, so I'm being careful with my wording. Think of the different types of paths there are. You put the front word together to that. The front of the word. There's so many paths out there, but you would not know it. And it only takes a trigger, and you might be in the wrong place at the wrong time when that trigger happens. but it's out there. There's only so much the police can do to protect. It's not like you could have them in front of your house 24/7. So, you have to be careful. You have to be careful on the things you say, because there's going to be people out there that don't like what you say and make it personal, and they might be having mental issues where they decide they want to take it further and take some kind of, they can act on it, and that's what's scary. Because that's what you have out there. You have to think of all the consequences of anything that you do. Because it may not affect you. It might affect a family member, someone you love. So, your actions, you have to be answerable to your actions. Now, and I hope, like I did, you learn from the mistakes of the past, and you grow from it, and you work to be the best person you can be. Everybody makes mistakes. I've never ran into somebody that said they never have. The perfect person, I have not met that person. So, you're answerable to your actions now. What you do now, that's what you're answerable to. Unless, there's some circumstances that there's something else going on that happened in the past and recent or whatever that comes up back to bite you. But we are accountable. We are responsible. There are consequences. But even with that being said, there are things that are not in your control, and that would be the actions of others, including those that could be unstable and decide to take things to a whole nother seriously bad level. And there are people that take advantage when there's peaceful protests to stir shit up. And guess what happens when that happens? Everybody looks bad, because now you're thrown in. And that happens a lot too. There's a separation between the bad element and those that are there for positive, constitutional protesting of anything. Anything. I'm not picking out any specific protest. I'm talking about in general, across the board. But it's the ones that are there to stir shit up. That's their objective. That is their objective. To cause disruption. Whether it be intentional or unintentional, it still leads to the same thing. Because everybody's going down with it. Bottom line, you get drawn into it because you were there. You took part, but you didn't take part in that. You were not there with, you don't even know, you may not even know that it happened. What happened? I didn't know, unless it's to the scale where people need to flee and run for safety, and because stuff is really getting serious and it's a breakdown and it's getting ugly. Then it's pretty obvious. But you were not there for that. You were there to be there, like I said, to speak your mind, express your opinion as protected by the Constitution, a peaceful protest. I mean, there are some that do it with a permit or without a permit. That's another issue in itself. But it's that element that's there for a nefarious reason, to cause problems, to stir up problems. And when the problem happens and it gets into a real serious situation, every person that was there is now associated by the end game, which is the outcome in a bad way of what happened at that peaceful protest. That's what happens. And everybody gets the blame. And that's just a sad fact. So, that being said, things are not as simple, cut and dry when there's a blame game going on. They'll find things to pick and choose depending on how you look at things. Either side, whatever side, they're going to pick and choose things that occurred and highlight that. And it's taken totally out of context. Like words, like sentences, like when someone says something. You don't know exactly what they were talking about the whole topic. You just picked out that little segment, which takes it totally out of context based on the conversation they were having in general about it. That happens all the time. They'll pick, well, you know that this person said this, but what were they talking about building up to that or after that? No. I don't want to hear that one sentence. I want to hear the whole conversation as it built up to that point and after. That's what I want to know. Not the sentence itself. I want to know in context of the overall how that was said. Then I'll reach a conclusion. Otherwise, it's just something that was taken out of context. To me, that's a common sense approach. So, like, things, you have to really think carefully. You have to, don't go with I feel this, I feel that. Because feeling is emotional. When you let your feelings can control you. Anger. Whatever it is. That takes over. You have to think about things carefully. And take time to think about it. Don't act impulsive. Don't act rash. Think first. Before anything else. Think first. Even if it takes you time to think about it, like people say, I'll think about it. Think first before you act, because there will be consequences to those acts and actions. Some where you may regret, because you really didn't take the time to think about it and you acted rashly or impulsively and you just went on a whim. And now you're going to have to answer for it. It's common sense. And we need more of that. People need to calm down. And respect. Respect each other. Even if they disagree with you. Respect. Okay. I don't agree with anything you said, like me right now. But I respect that you have your opinion and you're voicing your opinion. And like I said, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I get it. Why is that so difficult? Instead, they attack. They put you down. It gets ugly with words used. And they hate you for the rest of your life. Because now they label you as being the other side. It's like, what? We've been friends for 35 years. Ups and downs. Good and bad. And I said one thing and now you don't want to talk to me forever? Or you unfriend me? Because I said this? Because I'm considered the other? The them? I think to myself like, wow, it's gotten like that. That's kind of scary in itself. You know, think about family members growing up, all the good times, and then they come to a climax, a point, and now they're no longer talking because of an issue that they disagree on, despite having all that time as family, and family's important. It took one issue, an issue that they disagreed upon, never to talk to each other again. Does that make sense? despite everything the family goes through for years and years and years, and the love, and, you know, working through problems and the love, again, the love, but you're willing to throw all that away because you don't agree with this. But that's where we're at. What does that say about us as a society in whole? Forget about. They're gonna have to remove the word compromise from the dictionary. Does anybody even use that word anymore? Compromise? Or even use it in a practical sense? Compromise? Listen, we can work something out. No, we can't. It's my way or no way. There's no working out. No. I'm not meeting you halfway. There's no dialogue. Either you're with me or you're not. And if you're not, go and we're done. Whoa. That it's like, whoa. But now there's no more culture shock from it because everybody's used to it. It's become a normal fabric of society. It's not it doesn't even take anybody surprised like, oh my gosh, did that just happen? Because it happens all the time. We've accepted that as being normal. It's normalcy now. It's normalcy to behave and act that way with each other. It's normal. It's okay. It's become okay to be that way. I don't know. I always say, it's like when I gotta go out soon and I gotta get ready for work. It's like, if you don't learn from your mistakes, you're a fool. That's first of all. Shame on you. But I never want to become that. I refuse to become that. I don't want to ever be that way. Now, sometimes, yes, my emotions get the best of me and I may lash out. I'm human. But I don't want to be that way. I mean, really, I don't. And I won't allow other people to trigger me. Most cases. But sometimes it builds up, which is dangerous. Never let things build up where you pop or like an eruption. That doesn't lead to usually good things. It's good to vent out and let things out before it gets to a point where it's like that. But I don't think does anybody actually like being that way? That they'll do whatever they can to prevent to become that kind of person? And yes, like I said, we're human. Sometimes it slips and you can't control it. You try not to be triggered by the clowns out there or whatever, the people that don't like you for whatever reasons, even though they're strangers and they don't really know who you are, but they're judging you anyway. And you know that. You know that. But sometimes, not with that, because I just ignore that completely. That does not bother me at all. When it comes to personal attacks, if it comes from somebody that knows me, then it hurts. Like, personally knows me, then it hurts. But otherwise, if it's a stranger in a chat room or something, you think I care? Really? They don't know me. Now, that'd be different like Alice in chat, who's known me for 11 years. Or Genghis in chat. It would hurt. Because I know them so long. I never met them, but I know them. And if they were here, it wouldn't matter, just like all the other people I've met here in my house, that I've known them for years and come. It's like we knew each other forever. Just because we never met, it changed nothing. Now I just see I'm with the person. That's the only thing that's changed. But there's still the same people I know talking to them for over a decade in a chat room. That's different. But when, you can't let things get under your skin, because then they win. And they know. That's what they want to do. They want to get under your skin. That's the whole objective. You don't allow that. You just don't. But then sometimes you might be dealing with something around you. Like I may have had some kind of a loud discussion with mom, an argument, and I'm in a certain mood, and I take it out on somebody else, which I shouldn't have. I vent it out on the wrong person. I've done that. I'll be the first one to admit it. That's a flaw. That's something I need to work on. But unless I identify those flaws, it's never going to get fixed. Like when somebody says, Bill, be nicer to mom. Don't talk to her like that. Talk lower. They're right. They're right. And I take it when they say it and I say, they're right. I mean, I'd say it, but it hit me. It impacted me. And you know what, Bill? They're right. And it's sometimes it's really hard to admit it. To admit that you're wrong. In any way. Some people just can't. But, I mean, we all work every day to be the people that we are, and hopefully it's a good person. Can you imagine waking up every day to be a person who wants to attack other people, and this is what they do, and enjoy it and laugh about it and get thrill off that? Can you imagine living a life like that? That's how they spend their life's energy. That's, to me, that's actually sad. I have empathy for that. Because I'm like, wow, you're broken. If that's how you live, you have to live life every day to the fullest. Like if it was your last. And be productive. You may have an important part to deal as a person that represents a figurehead in your family. You are responsible for others. And this is how you behave? What example does that set? I mean, I don't know. Like now, I'm going to go make lunch, dinner, because I haven't eaten. I don't think I ate anything all day. Had a cup of coffee. Oh no, I had a blueberry muffin. Wow. I got to go take care of mom. Take care of the dog. Take care of the cats outside. Take care of me. But notice I say me last. And get ready for work. That's what I got to go do now. We all have responsibilities. A lot of us do. And it's not just like you could walk away from those responsibilities. You have to take care of your responsibilities. It's good to be a responsible person. There's always time for fun and play and leisure time, but there's also time when you gotta live a productive, positive life, work, school, whatever. You gotta do that part. Take care of your health. Because without that, all those people that depend on you, you can't just think about your selfish self. You got to think about the other people that depend on you. Again, responsibility, accountability. So, and I'm always busy. You think not many people have the energy like I do. It's hyperness. That's what it is. You think I couldn't spend the day right now sleeping, taking a nap, or watching something? Of course I could have. But I'm here. Because this is, believe it or not, this is a way for me to get away from everything else. Bike riding, it takes me away. So we all have our ways to deal with things. Hobbies, books, whatever. Who reads books these days? I wonder what that percentage is like now. Can't be many, right? Must be down. I mean, there's Kindles. I mean, but think about that. Just that alone. How that's changed over generations because of this. You can have an audio book. And reading is so great for comprehension. And that used to be a saying years when I was growing up as a kid. Reading is comprehension. It sure is. Just ask somebody who's trying to learn a language how important it is to read. So, again, I'm going into so many different areas, but this is how my mind thinks about everything. Everything goes on. Every day, I'm always thinking about so many different things. And people need to be thinking about, you know, not just stuck, narrow-minded. You have to think about everything. Rationally, logically, factually. You want, I'm not even going to get into that part because I'll end up being hit and I can't. Anyway, I'm going now. I'm done venting. It's, to me, everything I said hopefully is productive in advice. This was not intended to be negative toward any group, anyone, just generally speaking. Live a positive, productive life rather than a negative, anti-social, anti-behavioral, just not being the person you should want to be. Get out of that misery and join the club of positive energy, vibration. I'd rather be around positive people any day than negative people. I'm not with it. I want to be around people that are happy, engaging, social. Even those that are not social, I still like to engage with. Because maybe they don't talk to people much. I'm going to make sure you try to talk. You may not want to, but I'm going to try. And I'll get the hint after a while that you don't want to. It's okay. But I'm still going to try. There's a lot of people out there that are alone too. And they don't have to be alone. There's always a way to communicate with people. You do not have to be alone. Anyway, Genghis, Skywalker, Alice, Bobby, anybody else who may be watching, be well, be blessed, be safe. Have a great rest of your day. I might be back tonight, but who knows, because I've been babbling and I'm tired now. I can only imagine what I'll feel like after I do shows. So we'll see. If not, have a great rest of your afternoon, evening. You're one of those, Skywalker, where you're not alone because you're here with us. So how's that? You're not alone. You're here with us. Do you think it's easy for me to be talking to a screen and like if I'm talking to another person? A lot of people can't even do what I'm doing right now. They could be afraid to. They could be camera shy or just afraid to put their voice out there. They want to stay in the shadows. See what I'm saying? I'm not afraid to do that.